That was quick. Oh, I was just saying that was quick. Is the music working this time? How's it going, Fido? Still Wakes the Deep. Is that the one on the oil rig? Because I mean, I can give it points for like being at least like a horror, like Lovecraftian, like nightmare kind of thing. But the fact that they're still paying for ads, or uh, I won't question it. Yeah, I the MCDM thing kind of uh dropped in my lap, and so I haven't finished the base on this thing. Oh god, I didn't even think of that. As one very guilty of doodling that in my like schoolwork. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'll say it doesn't help that my name starts with an S. So, oh yeah, I was gonna say, I haven't actually played Still Wakes the Deep, but it certainly looks like, or yeah, it makes me think of the thing, at least from the little clips I've seen. The most adult statement of having a list of games to be played someday. And then like myself, where I started playing the uh, PlayStation 2 Castlevanias because apparently I just missed out on those. How's it going, Yamas? I immediately thought of the other stream where Knocked Loose started playing. I'm like, hey, is everyone ready for the holiday season? Um, I take it you look forward to Christmas food. I'm I'm a little terrified what uh like any sort of potluck or like change in diet at this point. Went and saw Sonic 3 and I'm pretty sure like the popcorn made my stomach upset or something I ate that wasn't like it was out of the ordinary. And I'm like this is so unfortunate that like I'm pretty sure like Christmas is going to do something to my like gut. Actually, I don't think it's going to do something. It's definitely going to do something. Like I'll be nothing will be right for like a week. So like a particular uh food that gets me is anything like any ice cream from Dairy Queen. It feels like someone like with a screwdriver stabbing me in the gut, like cramps. I think it was on the car ride home. I was like, oh no. I probably was too distracted being in the theater, feeling like I'm not meant to be here. This is a kids movie. Um, it was the first Sonic movie I watched. We were just hanging out with friends, and that was the movie of choice. Um, would I go see another Sonic movie? Probably not. Um, it's it's a kids movie. It doesn't feel like it was made for people who played Sonic growing up. Like there was references and all that, but it felt like anything. It you could catch every millennial joke during the movie for the parents. I'm afraid of what that movie is like. Though I will admit, I looked at the popcorn bucket for the War of the Rohirrim, which is just a hammer, and I'm like, I should probably buy that, fill it with dice for the D&D games. Whenever like the big bad attacks, like shake the hammer and dump all these dice on the table. This Dynamesh is taking a very long time. Oh, really? I went to go see was Alien Romulus, and I was like low key kind of hoping that they had the alien bucket. Not that I really should buy it, or like I feel like it would have been one of those like knee jerk impulse buys of like, yeah, I need a xenomorph head full of popcorn. Why not? Fido, I thought the bucket, like the popcorn bucket craze, was more so about like how egregiously bad they looked. Because like I feel like most people know like the Dune bucket, like the worm. Well, that wasn't supposed to make 15 million poly or points. Let's try again. Like with the xenomorph bucket, I think they made it so you could hold it like the Alien vs Predator, like what you had as a gauntlet, like or like a bit of a shield. Like that's a good nod for the like the few people who've seen it. Um, that is probably like resale value is probably a driving factor. And my light just fell. We're all good. Okay. That kind of gets me back to the thing of like, if they had the xenomorph bucket, do I really want to like? Do I really? I don't want to display the thing. Um, it's really not a useful like bucket considering what it is. Like I guess the problem with the resale value of these like collectors popcorn buckets is just probably how cheaply made they are. Like at some point I need to check the resale value on the Pip Boy I have because I don't even care to display it. I'm sure there's someone out there that um, would want a Pip Boy, and they're probably willing to pay me like $20 for it. Is that the Pip Boy with the Bluetooth like built in, or is it the one that holds the phone like mine? It's a cheap piece of crap. I believe mine's the collector's edition for is it Fallout 4? Like yeah, definitely not Fallout 3. Yeah, so like I think it was shortly after the one that came with the collector's edition. Looks like the phone went, oh, I should sell that. Like it's got the full carrying case and everything. But like shortly after the collector's edition one came out, they came out with like a one that was already like screen built in, I thought. And it would connect like via Bluetooth or whatever. I mean the gimmick for using my phone as my like pause screen in Fallout 4 got old real quick. When I couldn't pause the game. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. How's it going? I gotta say, I'm surprised anyone's showing up to the stream today, but nice to hang out. I was hanging out with some friends yesterday. One of them saying how they have to still go in for work. I'm like, I could stream. Maybe people are still working today, even if it's a half day. Because I figure most people watch me stream while at work. Best of media, books, video games. Hmm. I gotta read more books. I'm waiting for Commander to chime in on that one. I've watched the playthrough of that. I never played the original, but it looked really good. Yeah, I unfortunately feel like I've fallen out of love with my favorite genre of Soulsborne games. I recently saw a trailer for, was it Claire Obscura Expedition 33? I don't want to get excited for a video game because they tend to let me down, but I guess I'm a little hopeful for that game. That that's also sort of how, how do I put it? I don't want to say that's sort of the problem. Um, it feels like a lot of people have made Soulsborne titles because there's this like really toxic fan base that they're all about like games being as difficult as possible. Like if your playthrough of a game isn't akin to having someone like tear your nails out with pliers, it's not a good game. Like you're too casual and you got to go get good and play a real video game. And it's so unfortunate. Like I'm someone who's played Final Fantasy 16 Stellar Blade on like the story difficulty because I'm not here to like grind away at whatever their combat systems are. Hell, both games overstayed their well. They would have overstayed their welcome if it didn't take breaks. They're both very long games. Final Fantasy 16 was a very long game. I can't imagine if I had to play that at like the hard difficulty, and I assume their health bar is just get bigger and bigger, and I'll be just getting like carpal tunnel with combat. I Yeah, so like someone recently commented on, oh no, what is that? Um recently commented on one of my like preview posts saying how they think the lore of like Commodore Miniatures is really cool, kind of like piecing it all together. And my response is like, honestly, I'm thrilled when someone finds that interesting, but it is pretty haphazardly like put together through descriptions on miniatures you can buy from me, like a Soulsborne game with all the world being pieced together through the items you find or through the locations you visit. And it kind of reminded me of like, oh yeah, that was really cool, and I really enjoyed that. And yeah, I understand that I am looking for something else from a Soulsborne game than uh how difficult it could be. And like Prepare to Die was like, yeah, the game was difficult, but I think anyone who's played all the FromSoft titles can see how like the evolution of the game is just getting more and more like redlined. And yeah, like like booting up an NES, or like there are games that are harder than Dark Souls. Like it's where I was going with this as well. It feels like the this like toxic fan base is like spread to other um groups or like other games. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Souls likes to be the like next battle royale or the next MOBA like of like game genres. But I started playing or I played Path of Exile 2 recently. Basically when it came out. And I have since dropped the game, but it's the difficulty like I could deal with it. I think more so the problem I was having is like, oh, the difficulty feels like it's just meant to slow me down in not a fun way. And then the loot in like a Diablo-esque game was terrible. So I would overcome these challenges, and then my reward was like, congrats, you struggled with this. You get nothing. And then I just remember looking towards the like discussions on Reddit or on Steam, and very much people are like, "Oh, this game is way too difficult," and followed by a lot of people going, "Oh, do you find this game difficult? Like, this game's not meant for you. Oh, this game should be harder." I was like, "Oh God." Like, Commander, you just made me think that with their new roguelike, are you gonna have people going like, "Wait, you're not picking that character? Are you a casual? You clearly build this character with this item." Oh, I hate it. I still have to replay Dark Souls 3. Which like I've explained that basically felt like my friend ran me through it. And I think that experience is like it, I wouldn't say it ruined the game for me. It's just I don't remember like nothing in Dark Souls 3 stuck out to me where it's like, "Oh, like this is an amazing Soulsborne game." Despite the fact that people praise it all the time and I'm like, I think my experience was just not like I think it might be one of those moments where I'm like, "Oh, I played the game wrong." And like I can confidently go like, "Oh, there is a wrong way to play the game." And in contrast, I played Bloodborne without like too much co-op, and probably actually Elden Ring as well. So I guess there's two two sides to that coin. I actually looked up a quote from Gail. Uh, this is sending a Christmas present to a friend, and I don't know if Gail was actually like a popular like people liked the boss or not. I actually enjoyed the whole like give me your dark soul for my lady's painting kind of like I think that it was cool. The DLC characters usually hit pretty hard. I have all the achievements in Elden Ring, which meant seeing all the endings. I I I didn't even notice till now. Awesome. I will say, Fido, I 100%ed Bloodborne. That was more difficult than Elden Ring by a long shot. 100%ing Bloodborne made me question if I even liked the game. That's how bad it went. Hell, it's I'd even say like the rare instance will I'll praise Dark Souls 2. The DLC bosses were good from what I remember. Uh, I definitely have to agree, Commander. I think what game is it? I think it's Shadow of the Colossus. Sounds like an absolute nightmare to 100%. Like I don't know how many times you have to play through the game. Oh yeah, it's speed runs. That's what it was. I have to like just play that game again now that I understand like how jank the controls are because it was so frustrating because in the remake they didn't change the controls, like they didn't modernize it at all from my understanding, and the game was just like I should have been a QA tester. The Blue Point one, is it Blue Point? Like the full like remade the whole game like graphics wise. I know some of the fan base for Bloodborne is afraid that they're gonna get Blue Point to remake it because apparently a good chunk of the fan base for Demon's Souls um, absolutely hates what they did with the soundtrack. My problems with the Demon Souls remake has nothing to do with how it was remade. It was literally just old video game. Like, uh, this game has some quality of life problems that like where the difficulty was it just was not enjoyable in that sense. But it was a good game regardless. But like how they remade it, I thought the soundtrack was such a step up, and then listening to the old sound like the original, I'm like I don't get it, but I also can completely understand it comes from like nostalgia. Someone changing an old game you like. Sounds good. Oh, she bought a new PC. Feels like something I need to learn how to do. Whenever I replace this PC. I would have never connected the Deer Hunter with Avenged Sevenfold, but I can hear what you're getting at. How's it going, Michael? Uh, yeah, I've heard it's like adult Lego to like put together your own PC. I I think I picked out all the parts for this PC. I always go to my like computer science friends to put together my PC so I don't bust the parts. Oh, cat cams always help us stream. That is a very expensive rabbit hole. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that. The last Lego thing I think I looked at was the ultimate combo of uh, what would the term be? Greed was Lego X Nintendo, uh, where they were selling the Great Deku Tree, which barely looks like the Great Deku Tree. Like, I think they specifically stated Ocarina of Time and a different one. Didn't look like it all that much. Um, and I think it was $300, and it was like, it's not big. Yeah, Lego's always been overpriced from my understanding. Kind of why we have things like Mega Bloks. Oh man, I was saying earlier I went to see Sonic 3 last night with friends, and I I felt very old being there and very out of place. I could have been old man yelling at the clouds. Like, but it's holidays. Let's keep it light. I mean, like Red, I like the way I view it. I'm like, the movie's not made for me. This is made for kids. This is not a movie uh, made for people who grew up playing Sonic. Uh, I feel like anyone who's not a child watching it, you're basically there for like the millennial jokes that are kind of put in there for parents, and they're not that great. Yeah, yeah. It's Jim Carrey being Jim Carrey, which can be enjoyable. Don't get me wrong. I also went into this movie. I didn't see the other two. The most investment I have in a Sonic movie is I played the games growing up. And that being said, movie was not made for me, but I enjoyed hanging out with friends. But watching a movie is not entirely hanging out with friends. More so like grabbing a bite to eat before catching up. I have not watched it yet. I wanted to say surprisingly, but not really. You can kind of tell what the in thing is, or the latest craze when all the creators start making oddly similar uh, STLs. I'll admit I had a moment of like, wait, squirrels, and like, oh, Marvel Rivals. Oh, and I guess in just over a month, I got to sculpt a playful cat girl. That'll be that'll be something. Playful leaves it pretty open, and I'm like, good luck to me figuring out what that will actually mean. I was trying to do I was trying to make a cat girl for the After Dark release. I wanted to at least give them like pause. Um, it was not turning out, and I cut it from the project. Dull but highly marketable. You're not wrong. Goblin girls and cat girls. Highbrow subject matter. I read that. That's a pretty good idea. That maybe I need to follow. If I just make something scary, but it's having fun. On the flip side, if I just gather up all these challenge sculpts and put them in like After Dark 2, The Reckoning, I don't know what to call it, um, makes my life a lot easier. I'm not too concerned at this point. I feel like I'd be just like shooting myself in the foot, not using the small audience I have. Meteor Monarch. Gotta go with some alliteration. I feel like I have a list of stupid things like the Meteor King or Asteroid King. Just like you know exactly. Could this be an alt of Comet Lords? Exactly. It markets itself, really. Gas miniatures. Um, what are all the things? Forge Studios. Um, I already have miniatures or minis, so do the real stupid thing and do do the pinups under my actual name. Intelligence is gonna get people thinking that it's like AI, but I like where you're going. Big DIC Studios. There we go. That response. It feels like the most artist. Oh, it's for me, not you. I like how you just throw the X. Just a little add on at the end. We don't know how to make this work. You know, I cannot unsee the cool S, and I hate that. Damn it. So I'm thinking of doing my own like hex blade or like warlock patron for the comic codex based around this guy. I think art of him would be pretty cool, kind of looming over. Or even like art of like the packs being made. Okay, I'm gonna consider this sculpt done. Which this thing took way, way too much work. Hopefully someone finds some use for it. Oh, first comment on YouTube. Thanks, Lando. Glad you think it looks good. I'm gonna leave working on the MCDM model probably after the holidays a bit. Just just in case we can kind of share the process with that community. Welcome back from lunch. How's it going? Of course, I don't have this file organized. That's how it would go. Or do I? Oh, maybe I do. Somewhat. It's a mimicking, so it has to be gargantuan. I don't want any of you saving on resin. Yeah, I Soulsborne games are definitely a inspiration when it comes to a lot of my work. Um, a lot of my stuff is far too many limbs, like this thing. I can't remember. I think FromSoft does the mimic have fingers for teeth, or am I misremembering? Michael, isn't it? Does their shell when they transform? I guess they don't turn to actual metal, right? So I would not be surprised if Twitch or YouTube has a problem with this. Perfectly scaled arm. Perfect. He's so happy compared to me right now. Glad I saved before I tried that. I definitely hate how unstable the knife tool is. It's the Winnipeg way to use a knife. Can't deny my heritage. Part of me was surprised to hear like paint carrying case, but it totally makes sense. Do we try again? So, which paint line or brand would you recommend? Honestly, the answer I expected. Yeah, a reason I was asking, I usually um the rare instance that I paint a mini, Vallejo is my go-to, and I think Amanda was telling me something about like the paint quality is probably going to be dropping. Um, was it switch in leadership or working conditions, or both? But I didn't know AEK was like a better version. No pins at all. What? Uh-oh. I think at this point a strike doesn't really mean like all that much. Like that sounds more depressing than it should be. Like you're gonna get some like wins in the like. Not saying people shouldn't strike, but I'm pretty sure venture capitalists are going to figure out a way to screw you over either way. See, imagine if you're like, yeah, I'll help you with your computer, and then I do like a Discord call, and I'm like, man, there's no pins. You'd be like, what do you mean there's no pins? And Scott, how could you like fuck this up? Like, no, man, there's no pins. All these paint brands I haven't heard of. To be fair, probably a good chunk of them don't. Probably can't get them out here. Isn't the biggest problem with like games workshop paints like the pots that they're in? As someone who tried to move out of their apartment and uh, moving the couch to find a pot of Nuln oil that had rolled under the couch and e- emptied onto a white carpet. My view on the Games Workshop pots. uh, we managed to clean it up to the point that it wasn't mentioned in the security deposit. Uh, Instead, they blamed the birds damaging the um, mesh covering of our balcony door, um, even though it was birds. So the trick was it's the carpet was plush enough that like the Nuln oil soaked like, and we managed to get it like relatively the same color up top, but probably if you like pulled the fibers, it was just like Vanta black underneath. But yeah, like I think we hung up curtains or something. Yeah, yeah, we hung up like a curtain rod and um the office and the bedroom, and they're just like, oh, we have to like repaint the walls because of that, even though they said there wouldn't be a problem. Just landlord problems. Yeah, rips out the carpets. Yeah, oil slick underneath. I'm not looking forward to. I think I have to print 26 false dragons. Or no, not 26 false dragons. That'd be insane. Now I'm curious. I definitely have a document somewhere. There we go. Oh, I wasn't far off. 22 false dragons I got to print. The last landlord questioned if we even lived in the place. Um, but like I puttied the walls, painted them, or like spot painted, just made sure everything was like clean, and got our deposit back with interest, which was kind of wild. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I I think I print on a Mars 4, or I used to till that burned out. Um, so a lot of the parts should fit on there. Um, Unless they oddly made the Pro smaller. Uh, Commanda does my pre-sports. That is odd. So like, do you own like a Mars that it's failed on, or have you only printed on the Saturn, and that is more of a compliment? Okay. The Elegant Mars 2 Pro was my workhorse, and it was always my go-to till they stopped selling them. Switch to the Mars 4, it burned out, like, just kept getting failures, and it didn't last long. These Ultras have put in more work than the Mars 4 ever did, and it's still going strong. I guess except for the one that is on my floor, waiting for a new screen. But I have this feeling that was a me problem. Yeah, I don't think you were here last stream. I've had to go shopping for like um what was it? The central vac pipes for the exhaust for my printing setup, so I could set up a second fume tent for my uh new printer, and quickly discovered most of the any of the Home Depots or Ronas in the city don't carry T joints for central vac pipes, which makes so much sense. But they have a different like sizing compared to other PVC ABS pipes. Um, so I've got this like this jerry rig setup that I need to test out, and then I'll probably do that after Christmas. I don't think I have the capacity at the moment to try to engineer that. I'm not handy at all, so probably whatever I'm doing would make someone like who does renos or whatever cry. But I just literally need like a sealed pipe that leads outside. The whole system works already. It's just adding a second pipe to it. And I also could just 3D print something, I realize. It's two pipes leading or two fume tents. I could also just figure out. I wouldn't want to cut into one of the fabrics, but I could potentially just cut a hole into the the one that's the fume tent that's already set up. Put the other fume tent right beside it, and just um, put the exhaust into the other tent. But that's gonna mean one tent is probably working a lot harder than the other. The potential issue of having them both like go individually into the central vac exhaust is there's potential it just kind of goes in out one tent into the other. Just as Fido says that. Red, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh no. He has like multiple printers in his room, right? Thank you, Red. Selling point for the printer. It's too noisy for me to fall unconscious from the fumes. Uh, Red. I was gonna actually point that out. Um, what I noticed getting into resin printing, it was the isopropyl that was like just deadly for me. I know we don't fully know the like what resin fumes can do, but either way, I don't want to breathe in like chemical fumes. But yeah, it was the isopropyl was just like that was the stuff that was like immediately getting to me. I hope Zymar doesn't use like isopropyl in his office slash bedroom. Like that can't be good for anybody. I had to buy a second curing station, so I have a second vat for cleaning. I'm thinking once I do my like get my second printer set up to have like a clean bath or like a dirty bath clean bath set up just to get the prints like usually I don't have an issue cleaning the prints off, but like probably just more effective or the isopropyl can last a bit longer. Currently I use the like Elegoo wash station, and then I'll put them in an ice cream tub as well, uh, and fill that with hot water, which I'll soak the prints or and uh, clean off any like excess whatever isopropyl, and because it's warm water, I'll peel off all the supports. For the longest time, my Patreon test prints were all cleaned in a pickle jar that I would shake up. Um, which I'm not gonna knock it. It worked. Oh, I gotta try it. A little goofy looking. So the original concept was to have an actual crown. Um, I'm just trying this idea of having the mimicking have a kind of a more figure inside of it. But originally, that is interesting. I guess all the object history is gone. Cool. Uh, Originally there wasn't this cut down the middle, but the idea was to have it the mimicking holding its little crown above its head. Sorry, the mimicking concept I think has been like something I was playing around with since I started Comet Lord. Um, I just wanted this like souped up mimic, like a lord of gluttony and greed, and I always enjoyed the concept of it holding its like this treasured crown above its head. Which at this point I'm throwing that concept away. Oddly enough, I'm I kind of like this. I feel like I'm missing something from the pose, but I'm not gonna go sit on stream here and like stare at Pinterest trying to figure out what exactly I want to go for. Everything giant wings. Well, if this is going to be a Comet Lord sculpt, he needs to have a emaciated stomach. Oh, his spine isn't showing yet. I gotta do that still. Constantly parody myself. He's already reaching out towards the viewer. Um, what is? I think there's a spare arm somewhere in here. Um, oh, we don't have any tentacles or oddly phallic appendages. Can we even call it a Comet Lord sculpt if it doesn't have those? I also need to figure out how I'm going to build this thing because all these limbs, him being attached in the middle, bit of a nightmare. There is. Oh, it's the base arm. You know what? I'll take back the phallic appendage comment because I feel like eventually someone's going to comment on the tongue placement. What do you think it's sitting on? Well, it's certainly not standing. I feel like the single snail shoe's complicating this monster. Yeah, I've been meaning to get it done to a higher standard of quality. It's called Spud Arm and Tablet, and I threw it together like before one of my streams, and a lot of people said it's easier to figure out what I'm doing. I mean, you can see it breaking all over. I took um my PNG tuber and just took one of the tentacles and just kind of forced it into the template. But glad you like it. I think I give all the credit to Marcelo for doing such a good job on the PNG tuber or the art for it. I considered doing some like mimic Christmas presents like years ago, but someone had released some already. I was like, I'm not really bringing much to the game here. I'll have to make Christmas present mimics for whenever I sculpt Krampus, because it seems like I should have done that by now. You have regrets? Is the PC not as easy as you thought? So, I feel like fixing up one of my PCs, um, the instructions were quite terrible as well. Might be a thing. As someone who complains that people don't read, I try to make sure that when there's instructions, I read. I think I saw on social media. It's is one of the STL creators releasing like official Trenchworks, or not Trenchworks, Trench Crusade minis. Also, Yamas, the Relg STL got released on MCDM's Patreon. Thank you for the follow. Was Relg always released? Oh, I thought it was a creator that was like it's not like Trench Crusade is releasing STL files, but it's like another creator. But it's like uh, shared by Trench Crusade. Oh, did they set one up? For the amount of people have told me that my stuff works for Trench Crusade, I don't think I need to make Trench Crusade minis. It just seems that stuff I do works with Trench Crusade. Though if I end up going to Adepticon, I probably should make some Trench Crusade minis. I assume there's factions that don't use guns because people mentioning my work as like path. I wanted to say Path of the Beast, but I'm pretty sure that's just a D&D subclass for the barbarian. Yeah, because like specifically the Lambskin Beast was like, oh, I can use that for Trench Crusade. Eisenreich stuff was apparently shared in their Discord. Just got a notification on my phone that um 18 at a mall nearby uh showed up with a 3D printed handgun. That's great. That is. I hope nothing happened. So I realize I don't really need to be working on this model. With the ABS updates, okay, Patreon tribe schedule. It's the mimicking anywhere on here. I don't remember. So I'm actually getting pretty close to working on a couple of Eisenreich releases, which I probably shouldn't have them back to back because I may lose a lot of patrons. Um, hmm. Uh, so yeah, like two of the releases will include like a summoner, some monsters. I do want to do like a giant like iron golem, sort of like armored core, which right away it's like a fantasy armored core. Like maybe I can swing that, but I don't know if my audience is necessarily going to be happy with something like that. Um, and then I have the sculpt is not on my table. I guess I can just load them up. Eisenreich, Vulcan. There's this unreleased model that I'll probably want to give him in a couple more poses. just for this kind of heavy iron golem. This was a monster I was working on, like a summoned kind of alien aberration. But yeah, I want to release this summoner. Probably give him a helmet version, helmed, yeah, version, so he can be a bit more like a faceless unit. Um, I'd probably give another pose as well. But then I want to also do a like heroic version. If I get to that point, I still want it to be like kind of placed into fantasy. I'm not sure if people are going to be willing to print like a small little um, peg to make it float. Um, that probably would be the best option. I also got to figure out a release for this guy. Fido, have you not seen this? Yeah, so yeah, this is Mickey Mouse. Or rather, Micadius Mouse. Maybe you saw the work in progress. The as I zoom in on a mistake. God damn. Great. There is bound to be an error or two in here. So I gotta come up with like sort of like rat devils to support this guy. Um, I'm just loading up projects that I'm not sure if they're good anymore. So this was a Legion Devil I was working on. His weapon definitely needs to be a little bigger, but so there'll be an infernal release that will have like Micadius, some rat devils, probably these Legion devils, and the Agaros devil. Oh, that's going to be a packed release. Yeah, because Micadius and the Agaros devil, that's probably going to hit my budget for the month. Though, if I make it my last Patreon release, I end it with a bang. No one actually comes to Common Lord for devils, so. But I feel like this dude getting overshadowed by Mickey Mouse would be a tragedy. Oh, and I have to do a remaster of my Pit Fiend because it was my first Patreon release. It's garbage. Um, so one release could probably have the Agaros Devil, the Pit Fiend, and the Legion Devil, and then it would be Micadius, Rat Devils, and maybe something that is not like Skaven or um I'll sculpt a Cerberus and call it Pluto. I was gonna say, I'm trying to imagine Goofy evil, and then I'm like, oh yeah, uh, Meat Canyon. Uh, that's definitely a fucked up Goofy. This Goofy full conquest paladin. Weird. Yeah, and I guess there's figuring out a Mad Architect release to go with this model or this remaster. I forgot I was working on a Four Horsemen project as well. I haven't updated it since I did my schedule, and I this was outside the schedule because the idea for the Four Horsemen was to do, yeah, like make the Four Horsemen and make a set of bases or like a giant diorama like base to display all four of them. I don't know who would actually buy that, but it would be cool. didn't get far with that one. 2 sales. Yeah, I question if someone would buy like the Four Horsemen from me, but I've also insisted that I sculpt a giant walking heart with a giant like siege bolt through its body because this definitely isn't niche. I think the idea though for the Four Horsemen would probably be more of a convention thing that I could put on the table. If I ever did a release that was centered around like an aquatic adventure or like monsters, I got this silly like Gobi Hydra. The not false Hydra, but not exactly a true Hydra. I'm always never sure to call it a Hydra or um. Oh, I'm thinking like age mythology. Is it Scylla, or which is like just an aquatic Hydra? I've considered remastering the False Hydra. Um, I considered doing that for like my convention version. um, there's another mythological creature that I Pathfinder has a stat block for the Hecaton Karis or whatever, the like 100 armed like giant or whatever. I don't know the full details on it, but it looks like something I would do. Um, I'll have to come up with non copyrightable names. But yeah, I looked over the false Hydra and I'm like, sure, I could like up the detail. I don't know if it's really going to show up. But like the updated version is all the false creatures kind of have this strange stone texture on their base. So I updated the false Hydra with it, optimized it for less resin. Sick curiosity. I was also considering doing like a alpha false hydra or apex kind of like uh what if a few adventuring parties ran into this thing and never beat it? Kind of level of a creature. Because if we've learned anything from the years of me releasing minis, there's no attempt to save you any money on your resin. So let's just make an even bigger version of the false hydra. Like as I'm sculpting this, I'm like, yeah, like I can improve on it, but I'm also like, is anyone ever going to see this or care? I doubt it. Yeah, so like just like this section of its back, original, and me taking like a minute. Yeah, obviously I've improved as a sculptor since. Um, and I'm also not trying to sculpt this thing for a immediate release and have to skip over like how detailed I want it to be. But I think doing like a Giga False Hydra would be, maybe that's how I get my brand back in the spotlight. Because I got to release the False Beast. I want to do like a False Deity or a False like Phoenix, and maybe like a Giga False Hydra. Maybe that would be cool. It does look quite a bit better. Also, since my hiatus, I've kind of embraced like a bit more of a sketchy like style to my sculpting. Just kind of breathes a bit more life. Things feel a little less like sanitized and boiled down. So, especially when it comes to like skin textures and whatnot. What do you mean by that, uh, Red? Because they are different creatures. Like all the false stuff. Yeah, so like I think they come from somewhere. Like there's an origin to them all. I don't think it's necessarily required in my like book to tell you like where they come from. The DM's gonna come up with whatever they want. Um, but I like the idea that all the false creatures are just kind of like this like malignance in the world. This, where is it coming from? Nobody knows. Yeah, so just doing that. Yeah, I probably could remaster this and make it look a lot better or up to standard now. But Fido's got a point where like the heads are just kind of covering the like. I'm not sure how much people pay attention to this section of the false Hydra. People are more so focused on the heads, which I probably can improve. I just don't know how much better it's going to get. But a whole new like pose or like make like a new monster, like the Giga False Hydra name pending. I think that would work better. I always imagine a false Hydra being a bit more like just a force of nature. Meanwhile, like a false dragon is like vastly intelligent, might have a name, but no one would ever know of them. That's the problem. Yeah, like me adding the sort of texture I do now for like my monstrous creatures adds a little something. Is my average consumer going to like or customer going to notice that it's more detailed? I don't know. I feel like this the closest thing this would be is like a gift to the community where I just go, hey, everyone who's bought the false Hydra, you get this updated version of it, which I'm sure some people will appreciate. I'll get probably at least 20 emails going, oh, does that mean the old one's not available anymore? it'll, it'll be a bit of a headache. Yeah, only 20 emails. I still have people emailing me about like not getting charged on the Kickstarter, stuff like that. For the longest time, I would get emails, people losing their files and wanting years of files sent to them. Just joys of owning a digital or online business. You know, I'm not gonna knock the idea that someone wants a weird phallic monster head hanging off of their Christmas tree. I think the worst thing I've seen on a tree, and like it, it still be it makes more sense than a pickle. One of my relatives would legitimately have candles on their tree. Yeah, I inherited some of the Christmas decorations, and they have scorch marks. I I I don't know. I don't know how they didn't burn down their condo. Legitimately, I have no idea. Yeah, I only put biblical accurate angels on my tree and hedrons, like any sane individual. It's a perfectly normal sculpt. I'll have to laser off the ink in my arm and get the new false hydra if I update it. A little bit of an upgrade. I could literally see someone looking at this like, it's the same thing, man. As someone who's, I can clearly see like 30 false hydras on my table. The idea of like doing a remaster after printing all of those, it's just like, uh. All right, it's been 4 hours. I have a Christmas Eve meal to go to, and I have to mentally prepare. So, thank you for hanging out with me. I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Michael, you want to go for me? I needed to fly out here like a week ago. Yeah, everyone, have a great rest of your day. And yeah, happy holidays. See ya.